Resources stands for maybe referring to an important power of communication, especially the ability to listen. Recent moments. Garden energy. Self-image. Look for inspiration everywhere. Be ready to write down notes so you don't forget the ideas that pop in your head. Even if something seems impossible or way too big, write it down. You never know. In this kind of period, look for a new opportunity. The Ace of Wands is to be nurtured. This is a new, bright idea. A burst of creative energy, the source of inspiration, excitement, enthusiasm, and energy for something new are available when the Ace of Wands appears in this way. Chance to be courageous. The app is weird. This card could also indicate new life, conception, birth, both literally or look for opportunities to be creative and extreme enthusiasm. Those are all aces. This is a new opportunity that must be grasped in order to come to fruition. This is my channel. The nature of it, tribes. Tribalism is nature. Human nature doesn't change. So, the Nates are in hiding after she's found guilty. That's why the judge sealed up all the documents. He was actually doing something that he could have used. He was using it to get, money and power and leverage over the power. And they killed him for it. But what he did, yeah, it's treasonous to them. And most of them are about me being places. It's like the place I'm in is the center part of the tree. I feel like I've been spending most of the time. I'm all began painting, molding, sculpting, and editing. This is me blogging and streaming. This portable. It's a calendar book, but since it's in a nice grid pattern, I'll start using it to practice drawing. Oh yeah, and I have a profile on an art website. I uploaded some of my blogs. And did the runes today. The rune card. But I also have some other divination cards. I want to talk about those. Oh. Hey. Oh, you know what? It's time for Lotus Eaters. Shit. I'm missing Lotus Eaters. Try for a little more nature of nature. Agent. Find some words. Dude, it's a pretty good deal. Unfortunately, they didn't code the page the right way, so none of these are anchored the way they should be. I think I downloaded it, and I can fix that. It won't help their website, but I can make a page for myself. So today, I'm sure that's not. Fit to get parts of the solvers. But it good. Etymological dictionary of English kinds. It comprehensive etymological dictionary of English language. Oxford English Dictionary. Barnard Dictionary. Both Hollison's etymological English. Kipper and Chapman's Dictionary of Americans. A list of good sources used in school language can be found here. Dictionary of American English for historical principles. I gotta kind of be quiet. The children are sleeping. She's awful good on that shit. Ach. 3 centuries. It's not. Everything. Signpost. Buildings make shortcuts and stuff. It's actually very interesting. Greek English lexicon. Glossary of Greek fishes. Yeah, something I talk about. I'm going to and I think all of those pages are just like just now looking at the screen interface up. Hello. I hope you and the missus are well. The night before last, I did some reading of book, Child Fear, and I plan on doing some more of that later. This is just a warm-up stream where I look at some of my ideas for projects. Yes, I downloaded this and then the document, and just like this one's a link, I can make all the others links. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take this. Yes, I also made a design. Oh, good morning. Hello. Let's see. What's this one? Link. Hey, it's already bookmarked. Alright, where is it? Okay. The thread. I've decided to use the board to organize a bunch of my books. Oh man, I need some coffee. I missed it last week too. So let's see. Etymological dictionary of the French. Let's go back to where that was. Concise English dictionary. First dictionary English, logical, and Atlantic dictionary of English etymology. Ooh, nice line. Here we go. This one. Translated kitchen, Oxford. Here. Actually, to copy. Still have up my childbirth without fear. And you can't like copy and paste. You can copy, but it limits you. So, the pain of labor. The actual birth of a child is known as labor or parturition. When we speak of normal, natural, or uncomplicated labor, we infer that the child is the right size and in the correct position to pass through the pelvic canal without undue strain of injury to the surrounding parts. In the majority of labors, everything appears to be perfect. The muscles contract well, there is no disproportion between the baby and the birth canal, and in spite of every favorable sign, treating this word like it's part of that. Yet in spite of every favorable sign and symptoms rendered to have been associated with pain. I don't know about hundreds. Therefore, pain must be discussed so that we may try to find its cause and the means of preventing its occurrence of labor. In the previous chapter, he explained the harmony of muscle action as is seen in the uterus in childbirth. The longitudinal muscle fibers contract and their action is expulsive, and in normal conditions, the circular muscle fibers are relaxed and flaccid, allowing dilation of the abdomen, the cervix, of the child. From the general principle of the construction of the uterus, we deduce that labor without tension or injury depends on expulsive muscle activity without resistance from constricting muscles. Expulsive nerves active and constrictor nerve impulses inactive. Elasticity of structures around artery and veins between expulsive contractions so that full supply of fresh blood may be maintained, and the waste products from muscle action freely removed. Physiology of childbirth. Neurophysiological concepts which necessitate a close understanding of the recent work of Adrian. Yeah, like I said, this book was written in the 20s. Validity of physiological principles, science of childbirth. Neurophysiology is fertile ground for speculative adventures in the promising unknown. Able to contradict many apparently authoritative statements because no one knows the answers, and only those who know most are willing to admit that. We know a lot more about it now than he did writing this in the 20s. Professor Teenage F. Coat wrote of my physiology as wishful thinking. Yeah, see, some scientists are like, no, it's ridiculous to study anatomy. Scientists point out that my views are unsound. It sounds awful familiar, don't it? Serious inquiry that I made for more detailed information about such comments resulted in a letter from Professor Nixon, University College, London. I doubt whether anyone has studied the subject more than you. For this reason, I do not think they are able honestly to criticize. Neither of these diametrically opposed comments have any practical value. The worth of the physiological thesis is estimated upon the clinical results obtained by its implementation. 100 professors denounced these tenets of the physiology of reproduction without offering any alternative, which makes childbirth happier and safer for mothers and babies who could take serious notice. Beyond a certain level of comprehension, we recognize the limitations of science, and are grateful for the service rendered by any empirical presumptions. Natural childbirth procedures have proved themselves to have contributed health and happiness to women of all civilized nations. Its influence upon the minds of husbands, wives, and children in social groups has been accepted by sociologists as a proven fact, without controversy. Evidence in many languages can be found in international and national libraries of the diminution of the fear of childbirth. We wait, hopefully, for someone to expound the physiology of reproduction, which will enable us to improve upon the present practice of natural childbirth. Which, since he's written this book, has happened. It does. Until then, we emphasize this book has been written to the glory of motherhood, not for the establishment of names and halls of fame. We cannot therefore be seriously interested in the ambitions of individuals, political ideologies, or prejudice in academic colleges. Sounding awfully familiar. We believe that motherhood is the highest form of manifestation. So he gets awful philosophical here. The highest form of manifestation of the genius of the creative spirit of nature. I don't disagree. It's like very soapboxy. Its enemies are those who are blind to the dignity of motherhood and the spiritual potential of her primary purpose. I mean, I totally believe him. I'm just saying it sounds soapboxy. He is absolutely right. They worship the golden calves. Can't laugh without coughing these days. And so seek a national hero to whom they may ascribe the works of God. This book was written in the 20s. So, back to this chapter. In the previous chapter, he showed a diagram of the muscles, but it's a little bit dated. But it's like the only one that existed at the time. Everything appears to be perfect. The muscles contract well. There's a disproportion between the baby and the birth canal. In spite of every favorable sign symptom, has been associated pain. Every pain must be discussed, and we may try to find its cause, finding its occurrence in labor. This is perhaps ground upon which angels would fear to tread. It's a subject which has claimed the attention of scientists and philosophers for centuries. A large part of all medical literature is concerned with the significance of painful sensations in disease and health. In 1915, Robert Bitten published a book called Pain. At the end of this considerable tome, he compiled no less than 65 pages of the names of scientists and their writings upon this theme. He also gave a long list of those who had attempted to define pain. Shit, I'm waking the baby. You're sleeping. They not only include physiologists and entomologists, but Schopenhauer, Spinoza, Cicero, or I think that's probably not pronounced like Cicero. Cicero. It's Latin, so it's like, I think the C's are hard. Maybe the old philosophers. Bothering babies. One of our greatest authorities upon this subject, Sir Thomas Lewis, mentions the preface of the latest edition of this book, Pain. Reflection tells me that I am so far from being able satisfactorily to define pain, the attempt to observe it. This phenomenon has been evolved with a definite design. It is so general among all the higher forms of animal life that it is probably beneficial and not itself harmful. It's an important device employed by nature to protect the individual from injury or the results of it. The reaction to irritation is movement, which is demonstrated by the amoeba, the simplest of unicellular form of animal life. If we place minute granules of methylene blue in contact with its surface, the response is movement in order to escape from or rid itself of the irritating particle. As then the scale to higher mammals, awareness to stimulation increases. Whether reaction is associated with volition is open to discussion, and we must presume that in the absence of consciousness, defense movements are purely tissue reflexes. I think it's a little bit outdated. We can learn very little about pain from experiments upon animals. Our knowledge must accrue from observation of unconscious human beings. They alone are able to describe their feelings. Keep in mind, this book was written when they used to chloroform women in labor. We remove the consciousness by any means. There is no pain appreciation, and therefore vital resistance to pain is absent. Biological pain. It's protective, and it results in muscular activity to the end that the individual may either defend himself or escape from the impending danger. The finger is accidentally put on the hot stove almost before there is any conscious mental interpretation of what has happened there. It has been removed. The muscular activity of protection has been immediately employed by lifting the finger from injurious stimulus. Pain also instructs us lest its horror should be repeated through our carelessness. The creation of such association and experience is exemplified by the small boy who withdraws his hand as the master's cane descends. This part's kind of weird. There are, however, pains from which we can escape so easily, arising from the internal organs and known as visceral pains. The uterus and the pelvic organs are viscera, and therefore in this discussion we are primarily concerned with visceral pain. He must be born in muscle. We are not concerned with disease, but with healthy carrying out normal and natural function. There is physiological function in the body which gives rise to pain in the normal for health. When the natural urges to perform are uncomfortable, it usually indicates the physiological balance is being strained. Excessive hunger may be considered pain. Acute thirst is a pain. And the bladder should be emptied when there is a strong desire to defecate. These urges may be described as visceral pains. They are protective and are demands which, in the natural state, will be satisfied before it grows. Once again, we must ask the same question: how is it that normal childbirth should consistently be associated with pain in the minds of cultured and civilized races? The reason I wrote propaganda is that I couldn't help but notice and be extremely annoyed at how every time on a TV show a woman is depicted in labor, she's like screaming and hollering and acting ridiculous. And obviously the actress is not really in labor and she's freaking out performatively in a way she thinks, it would be. And that's usually women who've not had labor, young actresses who've never given birth. Will freak out when really women who had children and who had no difficulty in it, like last few birth givings, I just kind of hugged the pillow and kept my eyes shut, and I was quiet. I was just like, just deep breaths and ignoring the dumb doctor telling me, okay, push. I wasn't listening to the doctor. I was letting my body do what it needed to do. The body does it on its own. You don't need to consciously control your muscles, and trying to is what caused problems. You just, like the hospital bed like this, like I'm in a chair right here that's similar. There's the back of the chair, there's the front. I held on. I squatted, much like I am in the chair here, and standing in the chair, squatted, got my knees pressed on the back, lean forward, and just hold on, and just deep breathe. All you need to do is deep breathe, and he knows what to do. And it is so much better if no guy's doctor is talking to you. doctors, they made a wise decision in what to study. That's about it. They aren't smarter than the rest of us. They just chose wisely. But without people like me studying construction, they wouldn't have hospitals to practice in, would they? Doctor ain't gonna build him up, nice hospital. Doctors don't build things. They just sit there. It takes people like me building the buildings, which is a funny quirk of America. To continue. Over the surface body and upon various internal organs and structures, there are minute nerve endings, which we know as pain receivers, for which the scientific word is nociceptors. The distribution of these nociceptors was developed when man lived in primeval animal communities. I mean, like you were saying, amoebas have them. Jellyfish probably have them. Boneless fishes have them. Probably. They have persisted and are found in those positions upon the body and within the body which are exposed to injury from primitive assault. For steam, eras of human development were exposed to attack by both tooth and claw. Therefore, the greatest profusion of nociceptors are found over the normal areas of the body, where injury would have the most serious consequences. Sides of the neck, the arms, the abdomen, and the chest, all extremely sensitive places. For if engaged in combat, it would be here that tooth and claw would inflict damage and cause the physical shock which places a fighter at the mercy of his foe. If we watch kittens, puppies, or young bears play, their nociceptors are liberally distributed. There are definite areas which each endeavors to claw or bite. They roll, faint, and jump to shield these places. They are playing, but unreadily practice the more serious art of attack and defense. But we need not discuss the pain receivers of the body's surface, for we are interested in those within the abdominal cavity. The intestines, the internal organs, and in particular the uterus, are not affected by external cold or heat, and the abdominal wall has to be severely injured or ripped open before they can be damaged. They are well supplied with pain receptors which detect excessive tension or laceration of the tip. Nociceptors have been demonstrated within the abdomen. The intestines and the uterus can be burdened, cauterized, handled, and moved without any sensation of discomfort to the patient. But if either of these structures are stretched or torn, considerable pain and shock results. All nociceptors are specific. That is to say, they react to only one form of pain stimulation. It follows thus that the only pain stimulus the uterus can report is excessive tension, or actually tearing the tissues. I have been persuaded from experiment and experience that specificity is a constant phenomenon in both conditioned reflexes and sensory receptors. Pavlov and Sharp. The pain of whether referred or otherwise, must result from one or both of these specific stimuli. So we must ask ourselves, does nature intend that childbirth should be accompanied by laceration and injurious tension? If it does, why has not this important structure adapted itself to this function according to the cancer's release, which was, in short, structure is adapted to function. If nature does not intend this laceration and injury, then those pain receivers are there to respond only to stimuli other than normal. We must inquire, against what is the uterus protecting itself by giving pain sensations and carrying out a perfectly natural function? Physiological perfection of the human body knows no greater paradox hated normal tuition. And that's where the mind is the enemy. I'll go on to explain this. That it's fear that's causing a rush of adrenaline, which causes the wrong muscles to contract. If you just relax and take deep breaths, it all goes fine. Just take deep breaths and close your eyes. And if Mrs. Honk is lucky enough to have a pool of water, like a birthing tub, so much the better. It's really hard around here to find a hospital that offers that. They all just have showers, none of them have like bathtubs. And the birthing center doesn't take that in, so but many years ago in Louisiana, I ordered a birthing tub and put it in my kitchen and had the baby while watching Lord of the Rings. I found it comforting to actually submerge my head and hold my breath. It's probably a me thing, considering I was a professional swimmer. Oh, good, you have a big tub. Good. Yes. Warm. The water in my tub was quite cold. Because it was January, my water heater didn't work. We call them hot water heaters. But yeah, if she gets in the tub and squats, important. This is a very important part. You have to be able to move your knees in and out. And a nice big warm tub and the ability to squat and hold on and just take deep breaths. That's what she'll do. Yeah, it was just for a little while. I would just kind of like, it was big enough for me to float full body in. It was rather big, inflatable pool. Let me pull up a picture. So is this the one? It's a float, just stretched out in it, and I did that for in labor, and why was that fantastic? But every other time since, the time after that, we go to the hospital, even though I was just trying to hide in her jacuzzi tub without her noticing, but she found me and she made the hospital. And the black doctor comes in and she's like, "Oh, you have to lay on your back." And I'm like, "No, I don't." But I was like, "Oh, you gotta just sit." But while they weren't in the room, I would just like squat on the bed and hold the back of it and just kind of, do my thing, like shut my eyes and cover my head with the pillow. And I almost had the baby out by myself until they noticed and came in, made me sit on my back, which made it more difficult. Honestly, made it more difficult when they made me sit on my back, and then had this plastic hook thing, stuck it in there and scratched his head, scratched the top of his head. I was upset. I was extremely upset at her. If they had just left me alone, I'd have had him out. But I did manage to pass him out, and they said it was so quick that it didn't squeeze the fluid from his lungs. So I birthed pretty quickly once it was that moment. That once the final contraction happened, kind of popped right out. Ooh, these are pretty. Ooh, these are really nice. This one is mine was oval shape, so I could float full on body in it. So great. I swear, I need to build my face. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is what mine looked like right here. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, y'all, quit talking to me, quit bothering me. Just, if they'd let me have this pool in that room instead of having to sit up on the stupid hospital would have been so much better. But then he comes out, and he starts making this horsey, like, sound, so they rush him to the x-rays, come back with him and say, oh, he just got a little flu in his lungs, it'll be fine. But they had to take him away to x-ray him, because they're a bunch of backstand hospital staff. They're like, oh great, we can charge her Medicaid for the x-ray. They're all just after the money. They charge Medicaid. They want to do every kind of procedure just so they can charge more. Because when you have Medicaid, it'll pay for everything. So they jump at every chance to do every kind of thing just to charge more money. I can't stand it. That is really cool. That's pretty crazy. Hey, look at that. That looks fancy. Yeah, like that. Grip and squatting. She's smiling. It really do be that nice. She's had the baby, now she's tired, but look, she's smiling. How I felt. In fact, I found my pictures recently. I was digging in my Amazon photo drive. I found my pictures. Unfortunately, they were taken with a camera that had the date set wrong. It had the date set as 20 when it was actually like 2014. So they're completely ordered wrong in the thing. I don't know how to fix it, but yeah, when there's water like that, cleanup is so easy. When you're on the hospital bed, they have to put down all these plastic sheets to catch all the blood. Oh, solve all that problem. So I don't understand why hospitals don't just have these. Look at that. That's like perfect. Wire and I don't know where hospitals just have these. Farmmidwife.com. Cool. Yeah, see, she's gripping the side and she's squatting. See, she's just relaxing in it to show off the picture. She's actually in the position of actually giving birth. Yep. Some of these look like swimming pools. Alright, that's and I had been in my last stream, I had been kind of clicking to show the baby's development week by week. This is 13 weeks. But Mrs. Honk is much further along than 13 weeks. She's about there, huh? Yeah, they do look chill. Those are something. I'd buy up a nice old building and just fill every room. And honestly, it was actually Adelheid birth. She's sleeping. She was premature. My water broke early because I lifted up something heavy. It was a log, a firewood log. I picked it up and I made my water break, and not right away. It didn't, but it stressed me out. And I went inside and I was sitting in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, water broke in the kitchen. 7 weeks too early. And So I went to the hospital and they, oh, you're fine. And then later on, I just kept on. I actually had an inflatable. It wasn't a birthing tub. It was just an inflatable, like, relaxing tub in here. It has since got holes in it until we threw it. But I had it in this room. And there was less stuff in this room. And I'm like, man, no, this is really, my water broke. My husband was asleep. I took a couple of pictures of it, and I was doing a lot of really hard thinking about what I should do. And eventually I woke him up. I didn't want to get up. I called him out his room and into this room. He left me and he goes, oh shit, let's go to the hospital. I'm like, fine. Even though they had told us we were fine before we weren't. Went back in and they're like, oh, okay, yeah. There's a black nurse who had examined me before. Lazy, I guess. Do the tiny baby. So we went, and they were like, yeah, but it's way too early, so I had to live in the hospital from that point on. I had to stay in the hospital and get ultrasounds every day. Because even though my water was broken, they had me on antibiotics. And, weeks away. So I had to live in the hospital, and I absolutely hate it. And I up and told them that when they put me in the room, and I'm like, look, I want you guys to leave me the hell alone. I think they were happy with. They were like, oh good, a patient who don't want to be, bothered. So all they would do is come in and take my blood pressure every now and then. And check on to see if I had enough, icy water or food or whatever. They would really do absolutely necessary things. I wasn't bothering them at all, and I really think they were happy with that. Apparently, some patients are nuisances and demand constant attention. They don't really need it. And I'm just like, well, what? What the hell is that? Why? Why do they do that? Just yell, okay. Easy. So I had to have daily ultrasounds. She was fine. I was able to hold in just enough fluid. And then they were like, okay, look, this is the week where she'll survive or no. Let's go ahead and figure out, when you're gonna go into labor, because of course they want to put drugs, and I kept refusing all kinds of drugs. So they called the hospital's physical therapist in, who came and gave me a back massage, which caused labor to start. She gave me such a nice back massage, literally labor started. As I'm laying there, I'm like, yeah, I'm having contractions. She's rubbing my back, and I'm like, oh, that was a contraction. Because it's a feeling you can't mistake. There are oohs and ahs and aches and pains when you're that heavy and having to lay down in the bed all the time. And there are oohs and ahs and aches and outs. But a real contraction feels like you're lifting weights with your abdomen. It'll start back here, and it'll just feel like the muscles. It feels literally like lifting a big old barbell, but lifting it with your back muscles. Oh yeah, back massage really relaxed my muscles and it made the labor start. Yeah, it's like imagine if your back grabbed the barbell and lifted it. And I'm talking about a couple 100-pound barbell. That's what it feels like. There was a part earlier in the book where it was talking about if you extend your arm and grab something heavy, and this muscle and this muscle constrict at the same time, that'll hurt. You gotta let them, when pull your arm up, this muscle relaxes, this muscle, when you extend your arm, this muscle relaxes, this muscle contracts. And when you try to constrict both of them, it hurts your arm. This is relaxed now. This is tense. It's fine. But yeah, it literally feels like lifting a big old heavy barbell with your back muscles. Good. I can see your ear. It says I did massage with you. Very good. The sciatic nerve is what hurts the worst.
Hey, good morning, Annie. Good morning. I know Mommy's being noisy, but wake up. It's almost 9:30. You're sleepyhead.
That's why I'll stay up half the night. Oh yeah. All the weight lands there.
Hello, Annie.
Yeah, all the weight does land in the sciatic. Oh boy. That's the rough part. That's when she was massaging when labor started. So yeah, you don't need all these drugs the hospitals want to charge you money for. That's really the reason. They want to charge you a fee. And they really should just get the physical therapist in to massage your back. What is the uterus protecting itself against sensations and carrying out its natural functions? The physiological perfection of the human body knows no greater paradox than that. Before any further effort to explain the nervous mechanism of pain is offered, it must be clearly understood that no one, least of all myself, knows all the answers to this complicated problem. In the 20s, the thesis was evolved from observations made by the bedside, not in the laboratory. It has been tried by clinical application to human beings who appear to be suffering discomfort from childbirth. I do not wish to present this teaching as a dogma, but rather, as I have said previously, for the contemplation of those who may be interested. And neither have I effrontery to suggest that anyone who does not agree with me is necessarily wrong. I do. I think anyone who disagrees with the good doctor here is wrong. Dr. Grantley Dick Reed. Professor A. Partridge wrote concerning the function of the receptors of the brain. At the moment, the whole subject is full of contradictory evidence, the inconsistencies in which will doubtless be cleared up as a result of further research. Yeah, we know a lot more about it now. For real, yeah. Yeah, everything the hospital does, they charge Medicaid for it. I cannot stand it. And when Annie here was born, the hospital went ahead and, like, I told them I didn't want any pain medication, and they went ahead and put it in my IV drip anyway. And I noticed when I got up out of bed to go pee that it didn't hurt to walk all of a sudden. And I come back to my bed and I'm like, I just walked without pain. Which is it's quite unusual for me since I have arthritis. And so walking to the bathroom and back to my bed, I was like, my arthritis quit hurting all of a sudden. So I go to my IV drip and find out, yeah, they put painkillers in my damn IV when they claimed it was just saline. But, since I was on Medicaid, I didn't get the bill. You're on Medicaid, they don't bill you, they just bill the government. I mean, yeah, it was kind of nice to not feel my arthritis for a couple of minutes. But still, I complained at them. I'm like, hey, I told y'all about painkillers. And they looked at me like they couldn't understand why someone wouldn't want painkillers. Apparently they deal with drug addicts every day in hospital. Apparently a lot of them are drug addicts and can't understand someone not wanting drugs. The more I look at people, the more I've come to the conclusion that a lot of them are just... It's incomprehensible to me how some people are just drug addicts. And I go on a rant about how people drink and drive when they were told in school by the DARE officer not to drink and drive. I'm like, how hard is it? It's not hard to not drink and drive. And yet, the older I get, the more I realize that a lot of people do it. So I read the newspaper, police reports, and like, this person was arrested for drunk driving, and that person was arrested for drunk driving. I'm like, holy fuck. Why are so many people drinking and driving? I don't understand this. It's not hard to not drink and drive. What's wrong? What the hell is wrong with something? Apparently a lot of the hospital staff are all drug addicts. They look at me funny. Every time I have to go into a doctor's office and they're like, okay, list your medications that you're on. And I say none, and they look at me funny, like, how could you not be any medications? Don't you know pharma is our god? Like, seriously, they give me this look. Why aren't you on 50 different medications? Not even one, you're not on one kind of medications. Like, I take vitamins when I remember to. I used to think that was an unusual thing. But the older I get, the more I look around and see that a lot of people are on drugs. And it's baffling. Don't get me wrong, I like to smoke a little bit of CBD pop. But, like, seriously, it's like once a week. That's just to mellow out when I have a bad mood. The importance of my theory is that its implementation in obstetric practice results in the relief of pain. Frankly, if there is a whole series of academic flaws in my argument, I cannot be too seriously concerned for its practical application. It shows clearly that it works. So yeah, if there are academic flaws. In his time, the academics were like, oh, we're right, and everything we say is right, and blah, blah, blah. Which he complained about in previous parts of the book. A practical application shows that clearly it works with considerable success. The details of how and why may be clarified, as Professor Harker suggests, by further research. I emphasize this because some of my colleagues, for whose academic attainments I have great respect, argued, "You assume too much. This is not proved. This is not strictly scientific." The most citation needed argument. "We disagree with your neurology, and your psychiatry is misleading. Therefore, you must be wrong." My reply is, with all humility, yes, of course. And I return to the labor ward to be greeted by happy women with their newborn babies in their arms. "How right you are, doctor. It is so much easier that way." That is what really matters to the clinician. He should use the method that gives the best and safest result from all points of view until something better is discovered. However, some explication may be an aid to understanding the general principles of uterine pain and its relief. A stimulus is received by the nerve endings in the uterus. It traverses the spinal cord to the brain in a manner comparable to communication by telephone. I'm surprised you didn't say telegraph. Oh, yeah, you burp. You burp. The exact path taken by these sensory stimuli is a subject of considerable controversy. Really? The nervous system and the spinal column weren't understood at the time this book was written. They arrive, however, at the area of integration, organization of nervous activity in the part of the brain which is generally known as the thalamus. There is a large collection of special operative centers concerned with different organs or functions of the body. 17 to 20 nuclei or centers have been described. Here stimuli are received, their nature and intensity is interpreted, and they are then relayed to the outer covering cortex of the brain, where they are balanced and qualified. Oh, yeah, sorry. I just ranted about drunk drivers, and I can't stand that people don't understand not drinking drive. Yeah, I went on a bit of a rant about drunks and drug addicts and drunk driving, and how I cannot understand these people. Like, why the fuck does people drink? But anyway. They arrive, however, at the area of integration and organization of nervous activity in the part of the brain which is generally known as the thalamus, where there is a large collection of special operative centers concerned with different organs or functions of the body. "17 to 20 nuclei or centers have been described. Here stimuli are received, their nature and intensity is interpreted, and they are then relayed to the outer covering or cortex of the brain, where they are balanced and qualified, so that adequate motor activity may be initiated in response to the thalamic command." And this all happens in microseconds. The nature of cortical reaction depends upon the magnitude of the message from the thalamic centers. The thalamus not only receives and interprets sensory stimuli, it's specifically concerned with emotional expression. I have one right here. The essential protective emotion is fear. It's always about the strongest and most efficiently reinforced of all motor responses. Its influence is diffused throughout the entire receptor mechanism, and the urgency of the inborn sense of self-protection amplifies or distorts the interpretation of both facts or fantasies of the emotions. The exaggerated messages prompt the cortex to precipitate a state of emergency in preparation for offense or defense. In this way, somatic or physical changes may occur as a direct result of psychological states. This phenomenon is the basis for rapidly developing branch of science, psychosomatic medicine. This vast and fascinating subject can only be referred to inasmuch as it concerns the pain of childbirth. In a paper published in the British Medical Journal by Sir Henry Head, one of the great pioneer neurologists, you read the mental state of the patient has a notoriously profound influence. Over the pains originating in the pelvic viscera. In other words, the interpretation of sensations arising from the uterus may be influenced in most astonishing ways by the mental condition of the woman concerned. Here we're really getting into the crux of the argument, in that if you're afraid that it's going to be painful, then your body's going to release adrenaline, and it will be painful. All you need to do is take deep breaths and relax. And this is also, I think, weightlifting. Before pregnancy, obviously. Weightlifting is a valuable skill to have. Just knowing a bit about your own body's muscles. Knowing, just the feeling of lifting that much weight, and how your body reacts, how your back and everything, how your legs all function in the lifting of large weights is very helpful. Because having done a whole lot of that before getting pregnant, I found that in labor, it feels like the same kind of thing, only with a different group of muscles. And to be quite honest, the actual passing of the baby feels like taking an enormous dump. that nice relieving feeling of like having a what pass, just get out, and it's like it's literally what it feels like lifting weights and taking an enormous dump. Honestly. But yes, if Mrs. Honk has ever lifted weights, it'll help her mentality. Because she'll connect the two feelings together. Yes. It really does feel like that. First daughter, my second child was my first daughter. She came out so quick that I had a bit of a tear in the birth canal, and so my midwife stitched it up in my bed. I didn't need to go to no stinking hospital. I just went and laid down in my bed, and she stitched it up with her kit that she brought with her. And it healed up just fine. And ever since then, I haven't had a problem with that. Get into the right position, physical. And the next book is going to go into that, into the position your knees need to be in. Oh. Relax. Relax, tiny baby. Get out my body. Sweet, real quick. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, big old, it's like,
Yeah. And then there's a tiny baby. And then there's a tiny baby.
little people. Pain is the interpretation of stimulus and varies as the intensity of emotional influences concerning which are postulated as law. A stimulus of fixed magnitude A stimulus of fixed magnitude applied to any specific sensory receptor produces a motor response commensurate with the integrity of the interpretation. It is extremely important that this should be recognized in normal and uncomplicated labor. For a stimulus of fixed magnitude may be to Mrs. Jones that nothing mattered, to Mrs. Smith an agony of great intensity, whereas Mrs. Brown may consider it reasonably bearable discomfort. These variations depend entirely upon the condition of the mental attitude towards that stimulus. You see, I suspect that in this hypothetical character bunch, Mrs. Jones probably does labor outside, like physical work. Mrs. Brown probably is some kind of hoity-toity aristocrat, given this book was written in England. So Mrs. Brown is some kind of hoity-toity aristocrat. And then, and Mrs. Jones probably, works on her feet. And Mrs. Jones probably does physical labor, probably. Mrs. Brown probably lifts heavy things too. Mrs. Smith does no sort of work at all. But Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Brown do physical activity. Now, since theoretically nature made no provision. Don't pull Mommy's hair. Oh, baldy. Theoretically, nature made no provision for parturition to be painful. Let us consider more in detail what actually happens. A woman about to start her first labor has been told to expect certain sensations. If she has been instructed wisely, her expectations have not necessarily been associated with pain, but rather with a series of changing physical strains and stresses, of which she has no reason to be afraid. The contraction of the uterus will be a new experience to her. If, however, fear has increased the intensity and disturbed the integrity of her interpretation of these new sensations, they will almost invariably be representative of pain. Should that be so, the thalamus in conjunction with the cortex immediately sets up a protective mechanism. Now, the great protective mechanism of the body is innervated by the sympathetic system, which overrides by its powerful influences all other nerve stimuli throughout the body. It activates the machinery for either fight or flight. That's a reaction to stimuli. It creates a state of tension throughout the individual, which provides for an increase of muscular power. No one can run faster or fight more violently than when thoroughly frightened, particularly if their alarm is justified by discomfort. Branches which supply the circular and inhibitory muscle fibers of the uterus are amongst those which are stimulated by the general reaction of the sympathetic nervous system. Their contractions create a condition of rigidity in the lower segment and outlet of the organ. This introduces resistance to the efforts of the longitudinal muscle fibers. We have pointed out that expulsive contractions of the uterus continue even if the automatic innervation is cut off. Therefore, we have two groups of muscles acting in opposition to each other. Powerful longitudinals struggling to dilate the cervix and expel the child, whilst the fear-stimulated circular fibers render the lower uterine segment and the outlet resistant to dilation. This rapidly produces tension greater than normal within the walls and cavity of the uterus. Excessive tension is reported by the nociceptors specific to that form of stimulation and is correctly interpreted as pain. The fear of pain actually produces true pain through the medium of pathological tension. This is known as the fear-tension pain syndrome. Once it is established, a vicious circle demonstrating a crescendo of events will be observed, for with the true pain, fear is justified. And with mounting fear, resistance is strengthened. The most important contributory cause of pain in otherwise normal labor is fear. But the circulation of the blood to and from the uterus is also affected. The persisting tension of the uterine musculature prevents complete relaxation between contractions. I want to point out how relaxing between contractions is. It is something that must happen. Give her a piece of chocolate. I love chocolate. Chocolate is great. I'm gonna go make some hot cocoa. Oh yeah, mocha. Cocoa and coffee? Yeah. Yeah. I think I have just enough coffee left in my pot right now, and I have this nice cocoa that my husband got me for Christmas. I'm gonna put a scoop in my cup. And I can go. The great blood sinuses of the uterus are deprived of full expansion, and the venous blood, complete with metabolites or waste products of muscular action, are unable to discard their contents as freely as they should. Yeah. People who lift weights know all about lactic acid. Yes. Feeling the burn and lifting weights is important. I'd say for everyone. In that little thing earlier, Mrs. Smith needs to fucking lift some weights. Stimulation of the sympathetic nervous system results in constriction of the arterial blood vessels, bringing fresh fuel to the contracted muscles. As a medical student at Cambridge, I watched Professors Langley and Anderson stimulate the sympathetic nerves to the uterus. Yeah, I wonder how they did that, but I don't really want to wonder how they did that. In a short time, the organ appeared pallid, firm, bloodless. But when the stimulation was removed, it rapidly filled with blood and became an elastic pink uterus. This phenomenon was first published many years before I witnessed it. I have seen, on more than one occasion what is known as white or ischemic ischemic uterus. Because of urgent fetal distress, cesarean section had been performed. Oops. Labor had been inhibited by strong and ineffective contractions. The woman in these cases had no anatomical obstruction. But uncontrollable fear had caused the resistance of the circular muscles, such tension, and within an ischemia, of the uterine muscles, that the baby, through excessive intrauterine pressure and restricted oxygen supply, was unable to survive a protracted labor and vaginal delivery. The white uterus persisted in spite of surgical anesthesia, which demonstrated the depth of fear within the psyche of the conditioned individual. Oh, you can make some coffee. I know that I'm at the end of this page. Try to think down. Let me get some of this. Just give me a little break. Alright, I'm back.
Grab the keys.
Keep the keys. I'm just gonna read some more. It's partially restricted. Wait, let me back up and see what was partially restricted. Okay, so describe the results of experiments upon muscle pain when the circulation partially restricted. He suggested that an impairment of circulation is a cause because the blood flow is too small to dispose of metabolites. These substances, which may be crystalline in form, when in high concentrations, irritate by laceration the inner walls of the blood sinuses and smaller vessels within the muscle fibers. Restricted circulation, or relative ischemia, can give rise to severe pain in muscle tissue. Not infrequently, I have observed in the prolonged labor of frightened women the tenderness of the uterus. Even a gentle palpitation of the womb through the abdominal wall gives rise to acute pain. I have seen this pain disappear when fear has been allayed or when Demerol, that is, pethidine, or a light analgesic has induced a state of mental relaxation. At least he doesn't chloroform his patients anymore. Or a light analgesic has induced a state of mental relaxation. A labor without disproportion or a malpresentation of the baby is long because it is painful, not painful because it is long. I do not refer. Let's touch. I do not refer in detail to the chemical changes or the internal secretory activities that accompany the fear tension pains. Under its influence, the physiological processes of parturition are disturbed, and the well-being of both mother and child seriously impaired. This is the emotion of fear and the concomitant pain. Not only alters the course of labor, but is directly or indirectly responsible for interference, hemorrhage, tissue injury, and psychopathies in the mother, as well as anoxemia, respiratory failure. Labor is directly or indirectly responsible for hemorrhage, tissue injury and psychopathies in the mother, as well as anoxemia, respiratory failure, and exhaustion in the newborn infant. By these misfortunes, not only the early progress of the child, but its physical, psychological development may be delayed or permanently damaged. Therefore, the pain of labor and its initiating cause, fear, extend their evil influence into the very roots of our social structure. Society. It corrupts the minds and bodies of successive generations and brings distress and calamity where happiness and prosperity are the natural reward of a simple physiological performance.
Ooh, the tiny baby.
Hypoxia. Is that what I looked up? Oh, anoxemia. Anoxemia. Apparently it's no hypoxia. Abnormally low level of oxygen in the blood. Blood with higher oxygen content appears bright red. And oxygen deficiency in arterial blood. Hypoxia has many causes and often causes all the time.
Where'd the baby back?
If you're still just listening, yeah, I kind of got back to my little tab of birthing times. But I showed it, so I'm gonna click now, and we're gonna 17-week-old baby, or 17-week gestated baby. All that kit I've been waiting for to build you a router just got here. Ow! I'm gonna need some money, pal. Oh, 16th century was when everything went wrong. There's so many. There's so much. Woo! There's so many reasons that like as I would read through old texts, and mostly the etymology website. This one. I would read through the etymology website here. I kept coming across things that claimed the 16th century ruined everything. Good. Hey, I'm gonna put it on a magnet. That's a sticker, transparent sticker, postcard, magnet. Let's see. You know what? Isn't a postcard bad? I'm shelling my sticker. Or magnet. What's a sticker? I think I'm gonna get a glossy sticker. Because, no, regular sticker. Put it on my computer. Magnet, put it on the fridge. Alright. That's enough. Hey! What size?
There. Good morning, Adelheid. You ready to go potty? Oh, you burnt. You burnt.
Okay, it took long enough for it to load.
Make your sippy cup. Look, it's over there on the doll.
Standing up.
Look at that.
Back and corrupt the minds and bodies of successive generations and brings to where happiness and prosperity are the natural reward of a simple physiological performance. In summary, pain in an otherwise unclear arises from the activation of the sympathetic nervous system by the emotion of fear. Fear produces within the uterus excessive tension which causes pain and rightly interpreted as such by the integrating nuclei of the thalamic area. Fear induces restriction of the circulation of the blood through the uterus, thereby limiting in many ways the efficiency of the mechanism of parturition, adding to its discomforts the exquisite muscle tenderness of ischemia. The fear tension pain syndrome not only explains the origin of the discomforts of normal labor, but is led to discover a simple method of avoiding severe pain, for by removing fear, tension is reduced and pain is minimized. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Go look in the oven. There's a chocolate cake. Get the chocolate cake. There's a chocolate. Bring me the chocolate. Factors predisposing to low threshold of pain interpretation. Okay. What this means is some women are weak. And this is pretty much part of the book on he's writing this to help other doctors manage patients who are weak. In Britain in the 20s, I guess not a whole lot of women did physical labor and weightlifting. No. There are certain conditions of the body and mind which must be treated or avoided during both pregnancy and labor because they intensify pain sensibility. These maladies or states of mind may influence the course of labor if they are allowed to persist, and they should therefore receive serious consideration and attention from doctor, nurse, and patient. Anemia. It may not appear at first sight to be the place to describe blood conditions of pregnancy, which, what? Yeah, it does. It may not appear to be the place to discuss blood conditions of pregnancy. In the 20s, maybe. But it is a subject which, in my opinion, is not generally given the attention its importance demands. These days, a lot of attention is paid for it. to it, and anemia is a problem, and also glucose. I don't think he talks about the glucose test, but anyway. That's my opinion. I have rarely seen a good example of natural labor in a woman whose hemoglobin has been allowed to remain below 70% from 30 to 34 weeks onwards. I do not mean that their babies arrive with difficulty, but not infrequently labor is long, exhausting, and painful, with a slow recovery during the her period. I do not refer to severe cases of macrocytic and microcytic anemia, or the blood diseases, but to women who are short of iron apart from the gross blood cells, the physiological anemia of pregnancy. We have a new that it's like gestational anemia. That is, the plasma increasing in proportion to the number of red blood cells should be compatible with good health if it is accepted as a normal and natural state. The anemias of pregnancy are fully discussed in antenatal and postnatal care. The clinical aspect in relation to pain interpretation deserves some attention. The percentage of hemoglobin should be estimated at antenatal visits as a routine. And after. It is simple to do and takes very little time. If it is low, but follows during pregnancy the normal curve of variation, that is, falling slightly at about 28 to 32 weeks, and then picking up. It does not require special treatment, but if increasing tiredness, exhaustion after normal activities, breathlessness without reasonable cause, depression, and an absence of desire for meals are complained of, treatment is indicated. It is not suggested that the woman feels ill, but she may say, as many do, feeling fairly well but gets so tired. The exhibition of bloods 90 grains a day are very amon sit up to. Okay, apparently there was a product in the 20s. The newer preparations of iron often works like a charm. Okay, so the bloods 90 grains a day are the Annie. I just lost my place, Annie. What did you do? What did you do, Annie? How did you do that? Okay, so these blood 90 grains a day, ferry at M1 sit 100 grains a day. These were products available to doctors in the 20s in England, apparently. Guess we could look them up and see. Annie.
Annie, what did you do? Huh? What did you do? Huh? What did you do? I just get so far ahead in the book. Do you see the froggies? Do you see the froggies? Yeah, you see them.
This is a great new setup. My laptop here and hooked up the TV back there. I can just lean off and see the comments. It used to be, I would be, just on the computer, and I'd have to switch back to the dashboard to see, if anybody comments, so I'd miss a whole lot. And now that I'm using the TV as a second screen, because I rearranged everything in this room, moved the dresser, the bookshelf in the same spot, but I moved the dresser and I moved these little tables over here, took that big ass heavy TV down off them so I can use it. The TV's just in the corner, the big old cathode ray tube TV, and I don't really need it. But it works, so we don't want to get rid of it. I guess I could set up an old Nintendo if I had one. But it's just sitting there unplugged in case we ever want to use it again. Books all piled on top of it. And then I got the two tables that you're sitting on over here filled with yarn. Because, okay, so this stream is labeled Cozy Morning, and I put the date, and then in the description I put today's French word. My uncle, back in, not sure, I think 2014, which was the last year he was alive, got this little calendar, and on it every day is a French phrase. And today's French phrase is "Et today, j'ai mes villes affolées verte sueur guy di more passant." Quote. So it's the "Et soudain, j'ai mes villes affolées verte sueur," which means, and suddenly I wake up in a panic covered with sweat. The word of this day is s'éveiller. 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 To wake up. S'éveiller. To wake up. Yeah, I was pronouncing it and fucked up before, but now I see the pronunciation. Did it better. S'éveiller. To wake up. To wake up. S'éveiller. My uncle was bilingual because his mother, my grandmother, her first language was French, and then she had to learn English as a matter of growing up. So he grew up bilingual, just like his brother and my father. And unfortunately, the grandchildren generation, my generation, we were only like a quarter fluent in our own language. When my dad brought me that calendar that was in Bowen's, I decided to look every day at the phrases and try to do it. And so I had this notebook that I was writing them down every day and stuff. And I would sit and do it every day. I would miss some days, but it's a new year and I'm starting again. Try again. So I put today's French phrase in the description of the video, and once the stream's over, I'm gonna do it again, or rather, I'm just gonna copy paste it into my Discord so that it's marked out. Oh, it was on 2 hours already. It says I got 3 viewers. Who else here?
Oh, time and place.
I could just see the Pepe. I had to like really squint my eyes. And the time and place is here. Yay! Time and place. I have an old synthesizer. It's down there under the bookshelf. I have the cord for it. I don't have an amp. I had an amp, but I left it at my dad's house. A hurricane came. It got mixed in with all his amps and all of his. My dad's got like a whole bunch of keyboards and amps. He gave me one of his old ones, and I got the amp actually at a pawn store. But I left it over there. I still have the cord though. And I tried to look up on the manufacturer's website, Alesis. But for this model of keyboard, there is no like downloadable software. Like some of them do have downloadable software, but this particular model is too old, so there was nothing that they could get me. And they won't let me download the software from like any newer models anyway, unless I buy one. But anyway, I have it. It works. But like I said, I don't have an amp, so I haven't played with it in a while. And behind me is what appears to be a drum machine. It's too dark in here. I think it says Yamaha on it. Yamaha drum machine. I honestly don't know if it works. I've never plugged it in and tried it. I'm not entirely sure I have the plugs. I found it in my husband's garage. But I have these things, and you can just order the parts that are missing. Just, I say people. I mean, I could just order the parts that are missing, and I could, set it up somehow. But given that it's your hobby, you could probably do it better than me. So I wanted to ask you, what would you do? And I have 2 laptops. And I wanted to hook up the keyboard to the laptop, but I didn't know what that would take. Anyway, so. Hello and good morning. Let's go. It got cold, but that's okay. Oh, I have yeah, anyway, this is information on telling doctors to patients iron. Hey, she's coming back. Diagnosis and judgment medical. Hi. Yeah, so anemia makes you sensitive. Body short of hemoglobin and forced to eat unsuitable food, bravely faces, which she previously endured or which she believes she must endure.
Hey, did you find the cake? You didn't find the cake? Your face would be messy if you'd found the cake. You want me to get you the cake?
I ate there's a little chocolate fudge bar, and I ate half of it. Don't share it.
Come on, let's go get the cake. Get the cake.
Short of hemoglobin and forced to eat unsuitable food. Bravely faces what she is, or believes she must endure. Labor commences. Soon she is in pain, weary, weeping. Whether she was tired before she started labor, whether because of the expenditure of nervous and physical energy at the time. Tiredness of body intensifies pain. An ache becomes a severe pain. The mind is worn out and seeks only peace. Weariness of mind intensifies pain. In labor, the atmosphere of peace is a reinforcement to a well-nigh broken resistance. How many nurses and doctors realize the agony of conversation? Often about ill-chosen topics. There are awful people who try to cheer their patients by bright remarks. The mind should be rested, and some measure of pain will be spared. As I sit with women in labor, I not infrequently remember those dark days in 1915. When I arrived from Gallipoli at the Blue Sister Convent, Malta, blind in one eye, and with clouded vision. Gallipoli! Yeah, as soon as I saw that word, the Sabaton started playing in my head. Gallipoli! At the Blue Sisters Convent, Malta, blind in one eye, and with clouded vision in the other, almost completely paralyzed below the waist, longing to live, yet wishing that I could escape from life. I recall the horror of those sympathetic visitors who brought me flowers I could not see, told me to cheer up. I would stay home. Remember how lucky you are to be alive, was their parting comfort. It made my whole body burn with agonizing tension. My head throbbed, and uncontrollable twitchings came into my legs. My spine felt as if it were torn in two at its fractured vertebrae. I perspired, and had I been able, would have yelled in a wild mixture of pain and fury. One of the sisters came in after they had gone and saw me alone in my trouble. I had room to myself. She was a tall, stern woman of some 50 years, whose features I could not clearly define. She took my hands in hers and stood silently beside me. After a time, she knelt beside my bed and in broken English said, "I will stay with you. We will be peaceful, you in your way, and I in mine." Can I ever forget the miracle of that understanding? Allah. My back relaxed and ceased to torture me. The uncontrollable spasms left my legs. My clouded eyes seemed to clear, and before I sank into my first long sleep for weeks, I saw her head bowed and her eyes closed as she sought in her own way the peace that swept over me. We may all have our own way of bringing peace to women in labor, but it is produced, in the end, by bringing restfulness to a tired mind. A mind which has no energy to withstand the irritations that intensify its discomforts. Gallipoli! Depression and disappointment are potent pain intensifiers. in labor when the long first stage seems unending. When there is no reason to believe the contractions are any good, women are liable to become depressed, deeply disappointed. Okay, so. Shh, sleep at night. Come on, hey. Come on, hey. Look at some cake. Look at some cake. I'll be right back. I gotta go change a diaper and get some cake. Alright. Alright, so. The sameness of the cycle of events, the uselessness of self-control, wears down their fortune. Yeah. Uselessness of self-control. Do not try to control everything. Just let go. Tyler Durden's right. Stop trying to control everything and just let go. So, the sameness of events, the uselessness of self-control, wears down their fortitude. There is no relief, fears, no comfort in protracted hope. Each contraction becomes more uncomfortable. It is awaited with fearful anticipation. Okay. I have to say that when the contractions are ongoing, you're like in this weird place in your mind. First of all, and the book will get into it probably. It's a weird place in your mind where your animal instincts are kind of ruling. You're not in a deeply analytical frame of mind. Okay, I'm trying to find a really good way to describe it. You're not able to really think clearly as you are outside of labor. You're not really able to do any kind of higher thought. When you're in labor, it's your animal mind that is taken over. Especially if you let it. And it helps to let it. Extremely helps to let it. You just have to let your animal mind take over, but then the contraction starts. And it's this little nagging worry that it's not working. There's this little nagging worry that the next one won't start. Of course it does. For some reason, the fear that they'll just stop and there'll be problems, those exist, and you must just let them go. You have to just ignore them, let them go, and just let your body do what it's doing. Because once labor starts, only fear and very few other things will actually stop labor. So you just have to be calm and relaxed and let it do its thing. But, admittedly, those little nagging worries are there. And it takes a bit of mental discipline to get rid of them. You're like, how long until the next contraction? Especially at first when they aren't very close together. And you worry that the next one's not going to come, and it's like, oh, then what am I going to do? But you just have to ignore them, because the next contraction will come. And as they happen, the longitudinal muscles are pulling your cervix open and pushing your baby out. It's happening, and if you just let it, it'll go fine. Yeah, there's that scene in Fight Club where Tyler Durden is telling himself, stop trying to control everything and just let go. Hold that in your mind. You're in labor, hold that in your mind. Though even that might be difficult. Like I said, it's only instinctive thoughts. It's only, little worries that really float around there. It's very much an animal state of mind when you're in labor. My mom, she was watching me that one time where she was with me. And she's like, you went into some sort of trance. And I'm like, it's not a trance, it's just letting go. Because for her, she wasn't told any of this, even though this book existed the entire time. This book existed for 100 years now. And she wasn't properly educated on the matter. So she was apparently made to lay on her back and screaming and like being frontward, being focused on the goings on. And if your mind is in the front instead of in the back, in the animal part, if the mind, the front mind can go to sleep and let the animal mind go, and that's what needs to happen. And I can't stress that enough. You must just relax your forward mind and let your animal mind take over. And yes, those little nagging worries of when's the next contraction, how long will it be, and just let go. Just let go, and it'll take some practice with meditation to make that happen. Yoga and meditation are extremely valuable skills. Let go. Let be. Oh, let the animal mind take over. Let the forward mind rest. Whenever I think about thinking, which is quite often, I can't help but notice there are different stages. When I first come up with an idea, it begins deep down, in a place that doesn't have words. But then it like bubbles up, like from the depths of a dark ocean. It bubbles up into the area of the mind where the words are. The words are sorted for and found to fit with the thought, with the idea. And then it up and they're repeated a few times, like it echoes a few times on its way up to, like, say, the surface of the water and into the cave that is the forward view. Yeah, I imagine my mind as like the top part of like a cave with water in it, and then as you dive down into the water, you get deeper and deeper. And there's deep, watery caverns way down in there. That's where the thoughts come from. And then they bubble up to the top. They find the words that go with them. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes they gotta float a while, because it's like, if you have a concept that's hard to put to words, it floats there for a while. But if the words are found, at least with me, I know so many words. So very many words. And then it bubbles up to the top, into the cave air. And then there's this gap. And then it goes out the gap. And that's when it goes out of your mouth. It's like, I'm going to explain my metaphor. Yes, my thought was, I'm going to explain my metaphor. And it started way down there. And it spent some time in the middle waters. Where it's like, what words do I put to it? As it came out, the words are, I'm going to explain a metaphor. And then I also explained the metaphor with the cave. Anyway. Thoughts, they bubble up from the deep. Then they get into the middle waters and then come out into the air and out through the gap. And I want to draw a piece of art where it's like the shape of like a head, but like the picture is actually of a cave with a little gap. I'm sure you can see the trees. I'm getting off on a tangent. Based and bubble pilled. Hey, you're so nice. I'm kind of ranting my little crazy thoughts. But the uselessness of self-control. I could hope. I don't even like reading this part because, to my mind, if I just kind of squash these ideas, then they don't happen. If I think, no, you can't do this, that can't happen, then it doesn't. That to me is my own little psychosomatic little placebo. Each contraction becomes more uncomfortable. It is awaited with fearful anticipation. No. My little inner voice is like, no, don't let that thought come in. Don't let that happen. The recurring faces of expectant tension hold memories of recent discomfort as persistent pain impressions, and the inevitable contraction adds fuel to the fire. The misery of labor when depression and disappointment overcome the patient's courage is a picture of which all obstetricians should be ashamed. Ashamed they should be. It is not infrequently initiated by the two great faults in the care of women: loneliness and ignorance. I'm here for it. There is no greater loneliness in the life of a human being than being alone with one's own suffering. And no suffering is greater than the mental torture of impending agony from which there is no escape and from which there is no understanding. Do we remember these inner workings of a woman's mind when the hand is flung out to us and we are challenged with, "Can't you do something for me?" See, that's the problem. In that mental state, when she's able to speak, that means she's not in her animal mind. She must be allowed to enter her animal mind and shut off the speech mind, the thinking mind, the forward mind. Understanding is the only way to do that. She must understand that she must just quiet her mind and let the animal mind take over. Must let the animal mind take over. How often companionship and sympathetic information, made practical by instruction, will change the scene and refortify the forces of consciousness that she wishes to retain. But how often the physician himself has only drugs and anesthetics to offer. Loss of control allows all stimuli to run riot. The slightest discomfort will become an unbearable agony. And all the wiles and violence of animal nature are utilized in the effort to be freed from torment. Honestly, I have some thoughts about this, and that is, whenever I am in pain, like say my arthritis pain, which is quite often, I stop and I focus on it. I focus on my bad hip. I focus on the joint in my neck that always hurts. I focus on my bad ankle. And it seems to make the pain less. It seems, at least for me, maybe I'm a freak, but it seems to me that focusing on it makes it seem not so bad. And so that if I'm, like, say, walking around and caught off guard and smack my ankle, with the screws in it against a rock, it's so much worse than when I stop and focus on it, and then the pain subsides. That's my own method for pain management. I've been in pain for a long, long time. Also, caffeine. And most women absolutely love chocolate. It results from various causes, and in hysterical women whose lack of balance is enhanced by pregnancy and labor, there is no rule of thumb treatment. Care must be taken during pregnancy. All influences likely to intensify her pain-producing stimuli must be removed so far as possible. But remember the value of sleep. Yeah, when I was having my first daughter, which was at my house with the water birth pool, I was laying in this basket-shaped chair. It was like some kind of wicker chair that was like basket-shaped, and it had this great big cushion and tons of pillows all up in it. And I was in labor in that thing, and I would have a contraction and be just like, and then it would stop and I'd fall asleep. I don't really know how long. In the animal mind, you're not capable of tracking time. But I would sleep because it was like 2 a.m. And then another contraction would start, and I'd wake up and I'd be like, and it would stop eventually. And I'd go back to sleep. And this went on for, I don't know, maybe a couple hours, I don't really know. And then I went ahead and just got in the pool. Put on Lord of the Rings on the way. It was like I had to pass from where I kept my basket chair in the front room to the middle room where the TV was, and I put on Lord of the Rings, my special extended edition VHS. Put it on, and I went to the kitchen because it was the biggest room. So it was the only room we could fit the tub in. So I put it in there. And we didn't have the water heater working at the time. There was something wrong with the wire. It was an electric water heater, and there was something wrong with the wire. So it wasn't heating. And it was January. Unfortunately, it was golden metal, so it doesn't get that cold. And so we plugged in the crock pot and warmed up water in there and just kind of poured the warm water into the big tub, and it just made it slightly less than freezing cold. And I got in, and it was the most incredible thing. I was having a ball. I was just like floating around, holding my breath, and coming up and watching Lord of the Rings, and then I had a big old cast iron pan full of red beans and rice. So I sat there, squatted over the side. I was just holding on to the side, and my big old cast iron pan all to myself, full of red beans and rice, and I'm eating it and watching. And from the start of the movie to the part where they get to Elrond's house, I was just chilling out. And like I said, it was the extended edition, so it was the part where Gandalf starts to speak the Ajnaz Kripaku, the text on the One Ring. Like, I think I missed that part because I submerged myself and had a contraction. I come back up. And it's like, I could feel the baby's head. Like, right then, I could reach down and I could feel her fuzzy little head poking out. And then, like, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 contractions later, she was out. And boy, the relief of taking an enormous dump was the only thing I can describe. and I picked her up, and I was just me and Lord of the Rings. Now ex-husband left the room because he's a nervous wreck the whole time. Reasons I rant about I don't understand drug addicts, because even though I saw it, I still don't get it. Why the f*** do you want to be a drug addict? I don't know. Why does anybody want to be a drug addict? I just don't get it. So I divorced him because he beat me. But yeah, so he went out and was out smoking a joint. Some real good kind, but like the stuff that you only supposed to take a little bit of, put it in a pipe. He rolled a whole big fatty with that and was outside smoking, leaving me alone where I liked him to be, away from me. We fought all the time. I could not stand him when he wasn't stoned out of his mind. He was an absolute pain in the ass when he wasn't stoned. So, yeah. But then the baby was born, and then he came in and he took some of the pictures for me. And yeah, unfortunately the camera was set wrong, so that they're all marked the 2011, but it was really 2014. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was still like the best experience of labor I had ever had, because it was at home by myself, not being bothered by anyone. And I had this little bitty track phone, just a little bitty like little basic screen that wasn't anything, it just showed us, and a little basic keyboard. And I called my midwife, and she stayed alone as I was having the contractions, and she was timing them. And she goes, "Oh, okay, we got some time." And as soon as I hung up, I was having a contraction. So all of the muscles in my hand clenched, and I held down the power button by accident. And then I tried to just put the phone down, but the muscles in my arm caused me to toss it into a boot, where it remained for a couple of months, because I couldn't find it. Because I didn't think to look in the boot. Oh, the tiny baby fell asleep. Anyway, so she got there. An hour later, after the baby came out, she got there and she checked up on me, and she pulled out the placenta and checked up on the baby. The doula she brought with her held the baby, and while she and I went to the bathroom and pulled the placenta out and stitch up my wound. I went lay in my bed, stitch up my wound, get everything all settled. Got everything all nice. We got her while she was on her way, he went and bought her a big order of Popeye's fried chicken, and so she went away and ate that for a while, and we all just chilled out, and then everything was done with, and she went home, and it was great, and I honestly do not believe in vaccinating newborns. So I didn't. Not until she was about to go to preschool did he ever have a vaccine. And then I made them, instead of giving her a whole bunch at once like they like to do, I made them stretch it out and give her only one at a time. And I was able to do this because, and this is true, it just so happened that her father was allergic to the pertussis vaccine. It literally almost killed him when he was a baby. So I told them this, and I said, look, until she's about to go to preschool, and then only one at a time. No big old giant all-in-one shot. No, we're not having that. And she is perfectly healthy. And I did the same thing with the boy that came after. He didn't get any shots until we were about to go to preschool, and also one at a time. And these two girls with my new husband haven't had any shots at all, and aren't going to. We don't need no stinking vaccines. they, and now every time I hear anti-vaxxer and it's just talking about the people who have all their other vaccines, but just don't want the coof poison, if them anti-vaxxers, I can't help it. It makes me so. It makes me laugh so hard. It's so funny. Because none of those people are actually anti-vaxxers. I am. Vaccine. My mother letting the doctors vaccinate me as a baby has caused me to be allergic to fish. And I'm a Cajun. That's all there is to eat on the bayou is fish. And fried chicken. Crawfish. I can eat crawfish. The alligator makes me itchy. The fish will literally kill me. And I blame vaccines. And my sister, being born in 1990, a couple years after me, she can't have penicillin. She's allergic to penicillin and lobster. She can't eat lobster. I can eat lobster. It's great. She can't eat lobster. So anyway, yeah. So for these reasons, I am an actual anti-vaxxer. And that's enough ranting. Let's get back to reading. I fell asleep. Take another sip of mocha. Take my cool new Dungeons and Dragons mug. It's dirty. I spilled the chocolate over there. But there's a sword right here. And then when the hot liquid poured into it, flames appear right here. And on this side, 2 more dice appear. Coffee was cold. It's playing. I need to go. I put the pot back on now. I need to go get me some more in a minute. Anyway, let's get back to. It results from various causes, and in hysterical women whose lack of balance is enhanced by pregnancy and where there is no rule of thumb treatment, care must be taken during pregnancy. All influences likely to intensify her pain-producing stimuli must be removed so far as possible. Focus. For me, focusing helps. But remember the value of sleep. Yes, as Henry Head used to say, sleep, that most salutary means of increasing central control. I say just let go. But the state would be considered pathological. The state should be considered pathological and requires special consideration in a work not primarily concerned with normal and natural labor. What? Pathological. I really don't get what this is saying. I really don't get why he says these. Oh, I guess the state of pain. He doesn't specify the state. Which I think the government should certainly be considered a pathology. So, it requires special consideration and work not primarily concerned with normal and natural labor. At the same time, we must recognize that loss of control. Okay, so maybe. I think he's talking about control. Here. State of control, I guess. Primarily concerned with normal and natural labor. At the same time, we must recognize that loss of control is due to a breakdown of corticothalamic function, and as such should concern the obstetrician who aims at harmonious neuromuscular mechanism of labor. No, letting your mind go and letting your animal mind take over is the thing. The centralization of thoughts upon new sensations causes and results intensifies their reactions to stimuli. I disagree. I absolutely disagree. I'm not everybody. From their causes and results intensifies the reactions to stimuli which normally would never reach the consciousness. Would it help my readers to know how to make a uterine hurt during labor? Inquire of the woman before it starts where the last one hurt her. Agree that it was a bad pain. Hand on the uterus and feel it beginning to contract, and then say briskly, "Now it's going to hurt. Try to tell me when the pain is right." Grip my hand. Set your teeth. Concentrate on your pain. Close your eyes and suffer. Yes, that does indeed sound terrible, but all the rest of that, yeah, it's a problem. But this part, concentrating, for me, makes feel not so bad. Closing your eyes also helps. Close your eyes. Then you will see a woman having pain. Yeah. All this other stuff, talking to her at all, that's a problem. That causes the forward mind to be engaged. And that is a problem. The inquire of the woman part is a fucking problem. That appears to be Khazar Moir's line of thought by which he has endeavored to investigate the immediate cause of pain and labor. He described in the paper The Nature of Pain and Labor at the Edinburgh Congress in 1939. Okay, so this book wasn't written in 1920, but a bunch of, it wasn't published until, I think, 1940, but it says in the foreword that it was written throughout the 20s and then finally published in the 40s. The 20s and 30s, and finally published in the 40s. So before World War II broke out. Yeah, some good Bill lore. Should tell Silent the Mime. Add it to my lore. Cabal prevails. In order to obtain exact knowledge of the relation of a uterine contraction to the time of onset and duration of the pain experienced by a patient, I have recorded in graphic form the waves of intrauterine pressure as registered by a small balloon, inserted high in the uterus above the presenting part. Fuck. The absolute what the fuck? What? What did he do? Did he do this to a live person? Oh god, it was. The patient was given a bag to hold in her hand. What the? Oh my god, this is why I hate doctors. Inserted high in the uterus above the presenting part. The patient was given a bag to hold in her hand and hold it tight and relax grip with a rapidity proportional to her suffering. The bag was connected to a camboard. I don't know what the is. Which registered on the moving drum directly above the uterus. What? What the hell is he talking about? This method has given valuable information. Yeah, okay, I bet. But it must be remembered that the accuracy of the record is entirely dependent on the patient's intelligent cooperation. That's the problem. And that period of great physical suffering is not the time when accuracy of judgment and coordination of movement is best displayed. He continues to describe many other interesting phenomena. Okay, so who was it that did this? In the paper, at Edinburgh College, Professor Casamore did some fucked up shit. He continues to describe many other interesting phenomena deduced from his pain-producing experiment. Would it not have been more interesting to have distracted her attention from the pain, relaxed her mind and body, instead of inducing concentration on pain? Instead of introducing concentration on pain and intensifying muscular movements. I can help wondering what result Professor Chazamore would have obtained from a natural labor. Contrast this with the following experience. Mrs. D, age 30, weight of the baby at birth is, I think that says 8 pounds. Previous baby stillborn, she could not tell me why or how this occurred, wrote to me as follows. Yeah. Professor Chazamore is stillborn, she couldn't tell me why. She wrote me as follows. Having recently had a stillborn child in a very painful labor, I was doubtful of the possibility of producing a live baby. See, that's the problem right there. That's the problem. Producing a live baby, and quite incredulous at having a baby without pain or anesthetics. I found I was able to relax during the contractions and was even able to sleep and doze during a good part of the time. This made an immense difference in the amount of pain felt. The peacefulness was very helpful and contributed in large measure to the beauty of the whole experience. To be allowed to lie quietly on one's bed with no one bustling about and continually inquiring as to the pain or otherwise, left one free to produce one's baby. I have many similar reports upon treatment which, amongst other things, assists in decentralizing the thoughts from the focus of activity from the focus of activity and so inhibiting the intensification of normal stimuli. But this brings us within sight of the influence of suggestion. It might be said that the recording experiment was conducted under the influence of strong suggestion that pain must necessarily be present. Absolute shit show. Whereas Mrs. D was influenced by autosuggestion, very little, if any, pain was present. Yet this is not new, writes Betchen, Payne, 1915. For physicians have made use of this principle even as far back as the time of Pharaoh. In labor, however, autosuggestion does play a definite part in pain production, as the result of impressions stored up in the memory centers, either from past experience, hearsay, or mental imagery. And that's why I kind of went on that rant about how I can't stand that when actresses who probably have never had children portray labor on TV, they're always like, when those who've actually had children, labor looks like this. Yeah, for me, I, like, my vocal cords stopped working.
Hi! The pony ended? You want me to put on another pony? My little pony, you hungry? Did you eat the cake? Okay, you see. The upsetting area.
So autosuggestion does play a definite part in pain production. As the result of impressions stored up in the memory centers, either from past experience, hearsay, or mental imagery, subjective stimuli may arise from vivid reconstruction or some closely associated factor. As will be shown later, such memory impressions are present in the vast majority, probably all women, at the commencement of labor. As Don Critchley writes in Observations on Pain, the conception observations of psychogenic pain is closely bound up with such questions as memory and the mental imagery of pain. This is profoundly important labor, for muscle sensibility can so easily be felt even in the absence of pain, and autosuggestion occurs from the muscle sensation influenced by past experience, either of the human species or the individual. So he's talking about instinct. Thus, uterine contractions may be responsible for strong autosuggestion. The nature of uterine contractions is especially likely to produce this state, the weak beginning working up to a climax and passing into a decline. At the acme of a contraction, and often before, there is a definite sense of impending agony, which under strong...
Quit trying to knock her down. That's not nice. You tried to knock her down. No, go get the sippy cup. Go.
Okay. There's a definite sense of impending agony, which, under strong autosuggestion, firmly convinces the woman of the imminence of torture. See, this is the kind of thing that I don't let into my mind. You have to remove fear from your mind. You have to remove these thoughts. This must be removed from the mind in order for you to have peace. She loses control in anticipation of that which she believes and fears to be inevitable. And like all frightened people, she does not hesitate to yell before she is hit. When control is maintained, it is quickly realized that the sense of impending pain... See, he says to distract her from the pain and to maintain control. But to me, it's better to let go of control and focus on the sensation. Autosuggestion is a problem. It quickly realizes that the sense of impending pain experienced at the acme of uterine contraction does not materialize. Demonstrations of escape and resistance, therefore, do not appear necessary. This is another cause and intensifier of pain perception, which can be eliminated by education and treatment. But one source of discomfort in my ambiance. Must have started a new one. quite apart from pain sensations recalled from memories of it, is the suggestion of pain consciously or unconsciously conveyed to the woman in labor by things about her. Every clinician knows that pain can be produced by suggestion. Again, actresses on TV fucking piss me off. Every clinician knows that pain can be produced by suggestion. It is indeed easy to convey strong suggestion to a woman who believes in the necessity for pain. Her whole sensory receptor mechanism is attuned to exaggerated stimuli and can perceive, in collaboration with her receptors, only those stimuli which are ripe for interpretation as painful. Thus, suggestion of pain is conveyed by the atmosphere of the labor room. It emanates from doctors, nurses, and relations. They all believe in pain. Subconsciously or consciously they suggest, expect, and even presume pain. Upon the sensitive mind of a woman in labor, such authoritative suggestion, though only demonstrated by facial expressions, actions for the relief of suffering, preparations for pain prevention, surgical precautions, ostentatiously observed for the protection against the danger of sepsis, are a powerful adjuvant to painful sensations. I can go on a huge rant about how, when I was in the hospital for her birth, they kept on coming in and insisting that I have a C-section. You know why? They're like, oh, maybe you should just have a C-section. The baby's not facing the right way. So then I'd get up on my knees and I'd move my belly, and then she would go back to. So she's a little acrobat. Her kept on like flipping around and turning the whole time, even though I lacked any amniotic fluid by that point, because my water had broken. She was still like tossing and turning and doing flips in there. So she kept like changing position, and so they're like, "Oh, we have to have a C-section." Yeah, the reason was that the baby moved. So I would get up and I would move her back into position, and they'd do the ultrasound again. I'm like, "Oh, how the hell you did that?" And I'm like, "I just moved the baby with hands back into position." I just kind of hang my belly down and like wiggle and move, and she would get back into position. And then the contractions themselves, when started, took her from being in slightly the wrong position and put her into the right position. The contractions do their job when they're allowed to. But they were all in there like with all the machines and shit, and they're like, "How about a C-section? You want a C-section? C-section, C-section." And here's the anesthesiologist with all the pain-killing drugs. You want that, right? Oh my god, I couldn't stand it. I kept on like, I didn't curse at them, but I kept telling them to get the fuck out and leave me alone. I didn't curse them. I was like, no, go away. Nope, go away. And then they looked so sad they weren't able to bill my insurance for it. Or maybe they did bill the insurance and just, I wouldn't know. I could not possibly know if they would bill the insurance for shit that they didn't. No telling. But they were all like very insistent on C-section and drugs. I hated that so much. I still hate it. I hate it so very much. Because they did one section. They're like, "We can't see her face." It's because they were ultrasounding the front, and she was facing the back. Because I kept on getting on my knees, so somehow that floated her to where her face was pointed up at my sacrum, and the back of her head was in the front. And they're like, "We can't see her face." Because they're morons. Because she was in there. I like that. Patty cake, baker's man.
bake me a cake, just a cake. Roll it up, roll it up, and put it in the pan. And put it in the pan for Ariana, Ariana.
Be brave, darling, said by the mother as she leaves the room with a tense, pallid look of sympathy and an excellent pain reducer. Yeah, my mom being in there was like, just listen to what they say. I wanted her to get the fuck out and shut the fuck up. But then, like I showed her, she called it going into a trance when I just let the animal mind take hold. She's like, you went into some kind of trance. Because for her labor with me, apparently she was, made to be conscious, and she apparently almost broke my father's hand. She was like, I had to go to the charity hospital with no anesthesia, and I'm like, at the time when she told me this, when I was younger, I was like, oh no. But now I'm like, if only you'd known how simple it could have been. And then my sister, she got slightly out of position, and so they just jumped to a C-section. So my sister was born via C-section. Even though they could have just moved her about, and then the contractions would have put her in the right position. I know this because I did it more than once.
You can just move the baby about inside the belly and get the baby in the right position, just by knowing how to feel for it.
Yes.
You naughty little thing, you. There's Mommy's glasses. Watch out, bonjour, tiny puppet. You tiny puppet. A petit baby. A petit baby. Oh, no, bonjour.
Now my glasses are sweet. Don't worry. Plenty of anesthetic when it gets too bad. Not yet, of course. You must put up with it as long as you can. The cheerful medical man. And no, at the hospital they wanted to jump straight into having some anesthesia. The anesthesiologist kept coming in. Apparently, sad that she couldn't bill me. She was like, hey, here's some anesthesia. I'm like, no, go away. I should have just been like, look, go ahead and bill whatever the fuck you want, just leave me the hell alone. I should have told them, look, bill Medicaid for all you want. I don't care. Just leave me alone. Those are mine. All of this right here. Don't worry, plenty of anesthesia. The cheerful medical man is confirmation of pain. Yeah, this is what he's talking about, autosuggestion and causing psychosomatic pain sensations. Causing fear. I miss you. Wonderful hetero suggestions so that neither she nor they are ignorant enough to expect anything but the tortures of the damned. We must learn to appreciate that a high percentage of pregnant women are acutely, sometimes illogically sensitive. Weak. Each care that can be devised by a knowledge of human nature, a desire for its comforts to be exercised. In some famous hospitals, medical men who attend confinements are elected to the staff as obstetric surgeons. This implies to women interference. The word surgeon means handwork, and in association with the science of medicine, it indicates manual activity in order to preserve or restore health, usually by the use of instruments. That is how the lay mind accepts the term, and this title has caused apprehension to many as it is adopted by men of high standing in our profession. Time and experience have shown that no normal labor subjects a well-trained woman to any discomfort that makes her wish to be anesthetized or suffer interference. But if women are not well prepared, and if their attendants have not learnt the power of anxiety and doubt, these two combine to destroy the natural peace of parturition. How long have I been on? Let's see. Right there, 3 hours and 20 minutes. Chapter 7. Fear. I tell everyone who will listen about this book. For not only has it revolutionized my experience of labor, it has absolutely changed my life in my perception of reality. It has made me reflect on mental states in such a way that I now understand things in a deeper, more meaningful way.
There's Mommy's glasses. Mine. Pepe.
And so, I tell everyone who will listen that they should absolutely read this book. Even if they are men who are not married, they should read this book. For it will revolutionize your thoughts. In a good way. You will learn to remove fear from your mind and thus gain true control in letting go. Let go of worry, let go of fear. Remove it from your mind and seize the day. Seize the day.
This is silly girl. This is a silly frou-frou doyo. Frou-frou doyo. Frou-frou doyo. You see the book? You see the book? Read it. Read it. Let's go check on it. When do you see that, huh? Look at that, huh?
Somebody post some Pepes in the chat.
She likes the Pepes.
I gotta go freshen up my boca. hours and 27 minutes. Fear. The importance of the influence of the emotions upon pregnancy and punctuation has been recognized over the last few years. The value of protecting women from fear is frequently referred to in writings and discussions upon antenatal care. I think, therefore, that it will be helpful to some readers of this book who have not inquired into the nature of fear if a short outline is given of the natural uses and acquired misuses of this emotion. Let us ask first, what is fear? It is an emotion which arises from the primacy instinct of flight. I'd say, reaction to stimuli. If something scares you, it's a stimuli, and you react by, say, getting away from it. Like, say, jump scares. And you're watching something, and then all of a sudden the little vampire face flashes up, and you're like, whoa! That sort of fear of something coming out of nowhere to get you, that could be based deeply on when mammals first came to be and we had to worry about dinosaurs coming out of nowhere to eat us. Yeah. Its earliest form is an alertness to the presence of danger. It is the natural protective agent which enables the individual to escape from danger. In spite of its importance in the preservation of the species, in its most primitive form it is said to be roused by only two types of stimulus. A newborn babe is said to react only to falling and to sudden sharp noises. Now if you go blow a puff of air in their face, they also go But I don't think that's fear. That's just that's a reflex. From my own experience, I found that within a few hours of birth, the baby will start at a loud noise near to it, such as a shrill whistle, the dropping of an enameled dish, or the slamming of a door. Those poor babies. Being experimented on by doctors. Could be worse, I thought. It is, however, with some difficulty, possibly with considerable doubt, that I accept as proven the instinctive fear of falling. A baby is frightened unquestionably when it falls, but I am inclined to believe that it is not alarmed until it has fallen. There is a difference between the fear of falling and fear when falling or having fallen. If a baby appears to be frightened because it is nearly dropped by someone who is carrying it, subjected to sudden and unnatural movements which are made in order to prevent its falling. Okay, so he claims that a new baby who has never fallen before only acts scared when it's almost dropped, because the person who's almost dropping it does like stuff to catch the baby. In the absence of muscle sense of support, it may or may not appear to clutch or stretch out its limbs in a manner which has been described as trying to hold on. Newborn babies, however, do not hold on to things consciously, although reflexively their fingers may close if the palm of the hand is stimulated. Even this I have not found to be invariable. Another important factor must be remembered. An adult who nearly drops a baby suffers from acute alarm, which is transferred to the infant. So he's saying that the babies are empathetic. Possible. So, And finally, if the infant is actually dropped or falls, it feels considerable discomfort from the experience. When these factors are taken into account, it is not unreasonable to deduce that the so-called fear of falling is in reality similar to all other fears in one respect, and it's acquired. So he's saying it's not instinctive. I disagree. When I hold her, she's crawling around up there, playing with toys. But if I hold her and I suddenly move her really fast, she stretches out her arms. Even if I still got her held though, and I'm just moving her about too fast, so she'll stretch out her arms. But I can put her down on the bed and come and sit over here, and she'll see the distance, and she'll see, and she'll leap off the bed anyway. So I think that the arm movement is in fact instinctive. It is in fact a reflex. Because she has fallen off the bed and still continues to try to walk. She tries, like she sees me get up off the bed and start walking, and she wants so hard. I mean so much to walk. She wants so much to be able to walk. She tries so hard. And so she just leaps off the bed. And then she hits the floor and she starts crying, and I go get her. Ah! She's playing drums now. Ah! Ah! Am I still on? I feel like I got 2 viewers. Oh, it's almost noon. Oh, hey. Okay, you are. Alright. So yeah, so personally I think that reflexes to falling are real. But the actual fear that's supposed to come with falling apparently doesn't phase my little daredevil or whatever. Once tripped and fell while holding her, and we both hit the floor, and she hit her little head, and yeah, she cried, and I comforted her. She's a little more cautious at the edge of the bed now. But when she wants to get off, boy does she try hard. She's managed to start falling in a way that is not so bad for her. She's learned how to fall. It doesn't scare her. And when I move her around, the arm thing, I think it is a reflex. So he's saying here that he thinks it's the adult causing the baby to feel scared. This is debatable. This is definitely debatable, and I'll put it in argument clinic. Newborn babies do not hold on to things consciously. I don't know about that. I really don't know. When she was born, they, being a hospital, wanted to put her on tubes to help her breathe, because she was born a little bit blue. Because even though the other one was the one who was doing acrobatics inside, she ended up with the cord on her neck, and she come out a little bit blue, and so they rushed her off to the NICU, and then by the next day she was out, and we went home. And she would grab the cord, and they were like, here, they were trying to like, here, you have to give her a bottle because of the air tube on her nose, you have to give her the bottle. And I'm holding her, and I'm trying to give her the bottle, and they were titties all full of milk, and she just kind of, newborn. First time she's eating, and she leans down and grabs a hold of some titty with her mouth and starts drinking. And they come over and they look and they're like, wow! Like, they seriously flipped out that this was like the most amazing baby they'd ever seen.
Hey, look at you standing up over there. Yeah.
And the older one, born prematurely, would lay in her bed in the NICU and lift her head up and look around while all the other babies would just lay there and kind of cry. She would like move, lift herself up, try to move around. Born prematurely. Because I happen to have a problem called a bicornate uterus. I'm deformed, but I'm to understand that I haven't had nearly the problems that most people with this deformity have. So, throughout the pregnancy, with her down there, the little one, I refused to go to see a gynecologist. I just didn't bother making appointments. I didn't worry about it at all. So we weren't actually sure about the due date. I didn't have any ultrasounds or any kind of thing. And then it came about the end of April, and I thought, this has got to be it. This has got to be it. I'm enormous. I mean, this has got to be it. So we went to visit my family. And then down there in Thibodeau, there was this lady who did 3D ultrasounds, only for like $100. So I went and saw her. And I told her, look, I haven't been to the doctor. She goes, okay, shh, I didn't hear that. And she did the ultrasound, and then she was like, oh, look at that, it's a girl. And I'm like, all right. I was like kind of ambivalent. I'm like, I kind of don't want to know, but I won't tell you not to tell me, you know? So she's like, girl, all right. And she was like, oh, it's a big old girl, and there's not a whole lot of room left in there. But then she said, you know what, I think she's still a month away from being born. I'm like, oh. Huh. So I'm like, really? I really thought she was about due. There's no way there's going to be another month of this. And there wasn't. There was one more week. It was right after we got home from Louisiana. So we left Louisiana, got back to the sea. And then I went and lay in my bed. And my water broke. And I'm laying there. And I'm like, shit, my water's broken. And my husband comes in. And I tell him. And he starts freaking out. Like, oh my god. The way men do when they don't have control of a situation. They freak out. And so he, you know, we waited for the sun to come up, and then we got going. We brought Heidi to his daughter Chody's house. His daughter Chody being almost my age. And so she got to, you know, hang out with her half sister and her two niece and nephew. And you know, Chody's two children, a boy and a girl. A little older than her. But she got to hang out with them and play. And then we went around, and at first he tried to drop me off at one hospital, and I'm like, no, I'm not going back in there. That was the hospital where Heidi was born. I'm like, no, I'm not going back in there. So we rode around until we found another hospital. I'm like, yeah, we went in, and I had my computer in a bag and with a bunch of other important stuff in it. And every time the doctor asked, well, where's this? Where's that? I'm like, I kept looking at husband, and he kept, his name's Chuck. I kept looking at him and saying, it's in the black bag. But he had this problem with it, with bringing the black bag in, but just because the computer was in it too. He's got this thing. He wishes to be Amish. Yeah, I don't blame him. Yeah, one day we will have a farm and live as Amish people do. Only we're pagan. No chill, they just go for it. So, yeah, she just, as I was holding her there, and she had the feeding tube, well, not feeding tube, but she had this, like, air tube in her nose. They thought it wouldn't let her just latch onto titty, but she did. She just instinctively knew to. They kept trying to get me to feed her with all these little, nipples and plastic syringe and shit. But she saw titty and she just knew. But we got there, and I go in the emergency room like I'm in labor. And they're like, well, who's your doctor? I'm like, I don't have one. And that fucking threw them for a loop. The little fat little male doctor who comes in, he's like, fat and sweaty. He's like, you haven't had any prenatal care. And he kept on. It's like he had autism. He just kept on repeating that I didn't have prenatal care. He goes, he's like doing this, and he's like, blood pressure's this, and no prenatal care, and this reading that, and no prenatal care. It's like he was freaking out about it. And I'm like, okay, I see I've made your job harder. Sorry. And they're like, oh, what about this and that, and measurements? What about the measurements? I'm like, don't need to just chill the fuck out. So yeah, I did apologize to them for their job being harder, but I still, I'm glad I did not bother going to see a doctor the whole time. For what? Then to stick the little pea cup and stick the little things in it that turn colors and take my blood pressure? I can do that at home. I have a sphygmomanometer, I have my own stethoscope, I have a whole big tote in the bathroom just full of medical supplies. I got this. And yes, I read the books on how to use it. All the same books they read, only they had to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to go and have someone lecture them and tell them which books to read. I didn't bother with that. I just found the books at the used bookstore. Because there's McKay's. There's a bookstore around here that whenever people don't want their books anymore, they bring them to McKay's. And if it's like a Dungeons and Dragons book, then they're going to slap a price tag on it and stick it on the shelf. But if it's a college textbook, it goes in the free bin outside with all the Bibles. I've gotten so many great textbooks from the free bin. So many odd Christian books in there. Anyway. Yeah, the Bibles and the textbooks are in the free bin outside. So odd. Ah! Dude, I got books on chemistry. I got a big, oh, it's over there. I got a big ass book on economics. So, I'm gonna get back to reading and stop ranting. Another important factor, an adult who nearly drops a baby suffers from an alarm and is transferred to infant. If the infant is dropped, it feels discomfort. These factors taken into account, it's not unreasonable to reduce the so-called fear of falling. It's all similar to all the fears if it's acquired. In some ways, sure. She learned to fall. She still will fall if she's determined to get off the bed and get to mommy. Now she's playing with some toys. The accepted teaching that we are born with a fear of sudden noises is also debatable. Okay, one last rant. She is absolutely scared of the sound of the vacuum cleaner. And the whole time that I was carrying her, in the womb, my vacuum cleaner was kind of out of order, so I didn't use it the whole time. But then I finally bought the new filter and cleaned out the clog that was in it. And I started using it, and it scares her. Poor little thing. She goes and she cries and she rests her head on something, trying to find comfort. She's so scared of the sound of the vacuum cleaner. It's not really a loud one either.
Oh, what is that? Is that a cookie? You have a cookie. Yeah.
Oh man. Where the hell's my cup? Oh, it's my mocha. So, anyway. That's enough ranting.
What you doing? You trying to get around? Huh? You trying to find me? You trying to find me?
I don't know if you saw that, but my mouse went to that spot where it shows the desktop and it showed my Middle Earth map. Except teaching-born affair debatable, the auditory sense of a newborn child is untried. It is difficult to know how much a newborn babe can hear. Back then, maybe. Now they do this test with these little things. Like they stuck these little things on her head or in her ear, and they did the test, and they determined that one of her ears had a little pocket of fluid in it, and the other didn't, and she could hear just fine. And then we went back a few days later, and they redid the test, and her hearing is fine. It's the same thing with her. One of her ears had fluid in it, and the other was fine. And then, like a few days later, the little pocket of fluid just went away on its own. And I know I'm going to stop ranting, but there's this thing I can do that probably because I spent so much time in the water, swimming all the time, that I can flex what I think is probably a muscle in my neck and make a sound happen in my ears that were I to be underwater would you know when you go down deep into water and it has this pressure feeling on your head? Well, I flex this muscle and it's like a pressure going out, and that sense of pressure of the water on my head goes not away, but it becomes less. And when I do this out of the water and then exhale through my nose, it sounds extra loud. Like, it sounds as if someone were to have a microphone and like really breathe on it. Thank you, Adelaide. It's like when I flex that muscle in my neck, there's this pressure exerted on the inside towards the outside of my eardrum, and it makes everything sound as if someone like had a microphone and was right up on it. And that causes me to be able to swim deep parts of the pool without any difficulty. Yes. I also was trained to tread water for extendedly long periods of time, to do a stroke that allows me to swim upstream, and to hold my breath for an extended period of time. Both in and out. Like, I can exhale all my breath and sit on the bottom of the pool for quite a while. And then I do this thing with my feet where I just kind of flex my ankles and I pop back up out of the water and I can inhale, and then I can do this thing where I inhale extra. It's known to swimmers as lung packing, where you go and that forces more air into your lungs. And if you do that, hold it, swim, you can hold that breath for just a bit longer than not doing it. Anyway. Swimming is a serious sport on the bike. There's like bitty basketball. I was never good at it, so I never paid attention. But everybody's on the swim team. Yeah. I'm like a manatee. Okay, so, now he says, we don't know how much a newborn baby can hear. At the time they didn't, but we do now. There's machines with it. In fact, if I can record what we may term ordinary noises at all, if it can record, you see, yeah, we actually do know this now. A tuning fork brought to the ear and taken away again does not appear to create any impression. There is obviously no interpretation of the nature of sound. Okay, so they didn't have the machine back then. That red spikes in the brain created by observing sound. There's obviously no interpretation of the nature of sounds, even though it may be conscious of different tones. Yeah, the baby just doesn't know to react to sound. Newborn babies generally don't react, and except for Acrobat down there, the newborn preemie who was lifting her head up and looking around in the NICU. My own opinion is that both the hearing and the sight are collectors of impressions without any interpretation of those impressions being made. I disagree. If, however, no, the baby is observing these things and is too busy absorbing it to really do anything about it, or knowing that they can do anything about it. Turning your head is not something the baby, except for that one, knows how to do, or knows to do. Except for her. If, however,
Come here, you. Come here. Do you like those? Do you like those strawberry muffins?
If, however, violent wave motion is set up in the proximity of the ear by loud and sudden noises, it is not frightening to the child, but actually painful. It is through the associated with painful impressions that fear is acquired. Yeah, maybe. But you know. Anyway. For many years, I took for granted the accepted teaching of the two inborn fears, but upon investigation, I'm inclined to believe that babies are born entirely free from any instinctive fears. I disagree. The human body is constructed in such a manner that it is not only adequate for the developmental life of infancy and childhood, but also for the exigencies that emergencies may arise during that period. The protective machinery necessary for the child, but the conditions in which it will live is supplied and ready to be used when required. There is no more reason for a child to be born with inherent fear than with any other emotion. The necessity for protection from injury and harm calls into use the machinery provided for that purpose when experience or association sets into motion. All fear, therefore, in the human being is acquired either by suggestion or association. Maybe. It is entirely a protective mechanism and is activated by apparatus which has been efficiently developed for that purpose by the phylogenetic experience of the species. Let me put on a jump scare and see how she reacts. Ontogenetic fear is, therefore, dependent for its development upon the receptor and perceptor organs built by nature upon the experience of the past. Professor Walter Langdon Brown, in a paper on Fear and Pain, 1935, writes, "What is genesis of fear?
Hey, are you alright? Oh, are you frustrated? Heidi, why don't you help her? Did you go potty? Huh? Did you go potty? Go potty. Did you go potty? You better go potty. Mama told you to go potty. Go potty. Annie. Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
One time I was holding her, and the dog growled, and she then nuzzled me close and cried. And we went away from the growling dog. The dog was and she became scared. At first she was like, "What's happening?" But then slowly scaredness seeped in on her, and she held me close and she sought comfort and cried. A poor little tragic cry. Learns the presence of danger, which is a valuable defensive mechanism. Alright. Professor Krill, in The Origin of Nature of the Emotion, Saunders, 1915, writes, "Fear arose from injury and is one of the oldest and surely the strongest emotion. Now this is a cry of money! They hold me. Mommy." It's not so much fear as it is upset that she's not being held. Oh no, you need some bitches on this cold here. Bridges. I like that tree painting. Well, I was able to rearrange the room in such a way that the camera can now point at the tree painting instead of the massive toys in front. Mommy. Oh yeah. There was a bit of a tensing up moment. I threw her up in the air. But I do this to her now and then, so now she just finds it fun. But at first she didn't like it at all. She looked genuinely scared. whenever I'd toss her up in the air, even though I would catch her every time, she was genuinely scared at the sensation and possibly the not knowing what was happening. I could see it in her eyes. But now, she knows I'll catch her.
She knows it's fun.
Mommy's workout. Mommy workout. Whew, yes. Heavy little Babette, your mommy's barbell now. So, yes, it didn't injure her to be thrown up into the air, but it still scared her. So I'm disagreeing with these doctors. One is the defense of one mechanism in animals. In man of man, stimulation of this mechanism in the physical struggle. As action is a stimulation of this mechanism without action is emotion. You may say, therefore, that fear is a phylogenetic fight or flight. I disagree, but not entirely. Sadler in the mind at mischief, Funk and Wagnall, 1929. States, fear is the emotion associated with the inherent instinct of flight. See, they're going too far with it. Fear can exist in a being that can't flee. Certain animals, which have been provided by nature with other means, exhibit the emotion of fear. That's not true. The skunk relies largely for its protection upon the production of nauseating odors, but it exhibits fear when it's producing its odor. The porcupine and probably the hedgehog defend themselves from attack by exhibiting a mass of dangerous weapons to the assailant, and I bet you their heart rate increases when they're doing it. The armadillo, the tortoise, and the turtle represent impenetrable fortifications into which they retire for safety. There was once a turtle in my yard, and my dogs found out. They tried to chew on it. The turtle definitely looked scared as it crawled itself into its shell. The oyster closes its shell, but the trout dashes to its hiding place. You going potty? Protective apparatus may be found in all species, suitably developed to afford relative safety from hereditary foes. It is the arrival of enemies with implements and means of attack which are the real danger to life. Hi. Yes, you can have them. You want to share? Please? Thank you much. Yeah, they're a little slow. Oh. You don't want me to go make biscuits? No food in the bedroom. Go bring those in there. Bring all the food in there. There's no food allowed in the bedroom. Good girl. No food allowed in the bedroom. You know this. We tell you this every day. You want me to go make biscuits? Ugh, it's 12:30 already. Let me get to the end of this chapter, and then probably get my phone and join the live stream from my phone and go in there and make biscuits. And I call them bickets because it's baby talk. Okay. I have this theory about the nature of language changes. That in this book tries to postulate that language changes because, pronouncing certain words becomes, differently becomes easier. They get pronounced differently because it's easier to pronounce it in a different way. They use a lot more wordiness to describe it. Talk about the vowels and the linguistic environment. And this word becomes this word because it's easier to not pronounce the T, whatever. But my personal theory is that it's everything to do with parents allowing baby talk. And the word biscuit could very well become bicket. Because her it already has. I tell her it's a biscuit, but she says bickets instead of biscuit. Bickets. And so this showed me that a whole lot of language changes are probably people continuing to use mistakes they made as children and it catching on. Yeah. I've been going for over 4 hours now, and all I've really had so far is cocoa, coffee, mocha. And I've had her. I ate a little piece of cake, and I gave her another piece of cake, and then I gave her some baby food. I gave her those little muffins. But I really need to go and make a good lunch, so I'll probably pick this up later. Thank you for all for tuning in. I might instead of stopping the stream, I might just stop the stream. Although I am considering leaving it on and just logging in with my phone and continuing it from the phone. I think I'll leave it. And pick this back up after lunch.